M, how you doing? Just getting home. Nice. Els, what's up? Just reading an article about some AI stuff here, real quick, and then I'm gonna get started. So, I replaced the throttle body on my car. Didn't fix the issue. Talked to Chat GTP. Was like, all right, dude. Here's a fresh start. Here's everything that I've done. Here's the problem. Blah blah blah. Asked me some questions. It may be a $15 part. Jumped under my thumb. Oh wow. Maybe a $15 part. We'll see. I dislike this wild goose chase that I am currently under when it comes to solving the car problem. I have to get underneath the car to replace this piece. It only is held in by one bolt though, so or one nut. Is it nut? Yeah, no, it's the bolt. And then there's also a $20 piece that's just an airflow sensor. Mass airflow sensor, so we're going to do that, and then there's the other piece as well. Wild fixed goose chases. I know. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling right now, but it's giving me stuff that's in the right wheelhouse, and it's cheap, and I can do it. So I'm like, well, may as well. That way, when I go to a mechanic, I can just be like, I replaced this, I did this, I did this. But I've done, but this was before ChatGTP. I did a whole bunch of stuff, and none of it worked. But it does sound like it's this one particular part is very likely, which is it's the what's it called? Crankshaft position sensor. So if that doesn't work or is not working properly, the engine, it'll adjust what the engine is doing, and stalling is very, very much a characteristic of that. So but we'll see. Thanks for entertaining me on my flight. Yeah, sure. So before I get started, I'm gonna play Jacob's latest game that's gonna do gangbusters. By the way, Steam, I've got Steam partnered. I'm Steam partnered finally. So I've got to decide what the hell I'm gonna try to publish. So I gotta figure something out. I like the possibility of this thing because it's voxels, and that's something I can do. I could do that. We're working on items right now. I got a little floating food stuffs, and you can change it over into a potion as well. If you do that, you got to close and reopen because we're in the editor and I don't have it hot reloading. Yeah, so I got little floating dudes, and in the game, looks like that. So when we kill enemies and stuff, they'll do random drops, a little bit like Mega Man. A little bit like Mega Man. We've got health. And we've got the enemy jumping around. The enemy's got some logic to it now, so he's bouncing around just around a certain area, and then if he sees us, he'll go towards us. Hey, bud. So then he's gonna come towards us, and we can scoot out of the way. And then if he gets us, we get hurt. He needs to be faster, right? Like especially when he spots us, he needs to be like more dangerous than fast. But we get hurt, and we have a health bar, and we've got that little screen flash thing going on. I'm going to do camera shake as well, of course. Classic. What else are you going to do? And then, yeah, scene. We got biomes, so when you go from one room to another, the lighting and everything changes. Music changes. We're almost ready to start doing, like, killing the enemy, which is what we're working towards today. We're going to work on killing the enemy, collecting stuff. Then we're going to have 2 more enemy types. We got to try to get this all in today. 2 more enemy types. I have a list of things as well. Googate Guardian in this economy. Love Mega Man drop style. Hell yeah. So what we're thinking is potions and turkey legs to restore. So potions are your mana. Turkey legs are health. I think I'm going to go with like a D&D vibe with everything. Cause the like space thing is too close to Metroid, and Castlevania is gothic, and so I think we can hang with D&D for a while, see how far we get with that idea of like magic and stuff. And so I already have some ideas. So then we're gonna have gems. You get gems. You find gems. Gems are your health capsules that permanently increase your health boosts, like in Super Metroid or your Metroids. And then there's going to be golden apples. And again, this is just because these are the resources I have available under me right now. Golden apples are your missiles, as in Metroid. So missile, increasing the missile count that you get, aka in this, it'll be mana. We did a lot of logic for the player stats and stuff like that already put in. And yeah, more to do, but it's coming along. Let's play Jacob's game. Yeah, and Jacob was helping me yesterday because I had some. I didn't even end up using any of that, Jacob, but it was still good to go through some of that. I love 3D because of this lighting stuff, boys. I love 3D because I feel like I can just sort of like. I think about it more from film, which I'm familiar with. So with 3D, it's lighting, it's angles, and what the player sees, and so all my video production stuff I get to use a lot more in 3D, and yeah, 3D can be so pretty. Yep. Maybe the whole game is about clearing the space in another dimension for the bags of holding you sell in a shop. Like you're going to, like you're Gandalf going to a different dimension. Yeah, yeah, I see it. In my head, I was kind of thinking about it from a little bit of was it Last Guardian, and the kind of twist that has, where as you're playing, you're actually doing. Well, I don't know if I should spoil Last Guardian if you haven't played it, but you might not be doing the thing that you think you're doing. Until near the end, when you kind of like, it's like, oh crap, are we the baddies? That kind of thing. Committing genocide in other dimensions for your shop. Exactly. Shadow of the Colossus does that to you too. Oh, that might be the one I'm thinking of. Shadow of the Colossus. Yeah, I'm getting them mixed up. Yeah, Shadow of the Colossus. I've still never played Last Guardian. That's the one I'm thinking of with the girl, the dead girl. Yeah. All right. Let's do it. Jacob's game. Jacob, do you have a link? I think I can get it on Discord. Yeah, anime names right now are very much SEO'd. It feels like it's all SEO, like an SEO algorithm, like website page name. It's really funny. Dude, Jacob, how are you? So you made this in like a half an hour, right? Cause seriously, go fuck yourself. God damn it, Jacob. Jacob, look. You got to do something. Are you going to do like a little small thing and get it out on Steam? My last jam was Reborn as a Witch's Cauldron. I wander the goo plane. Goo Gate Guardian is the sequel. Okay, okay. A new Goo Gate has opened on the goo plane. Stop the goos before they reach the mortal plane and end all life. Collect, combine, and brew your goo to make new effects and max out your damage. How to play. Each turn, run to collect goo. Brew your goo into powerful goo spells and take down the big goos. Cause explosions and other special effects. Prevent goos from escaping, and don't take too much damage yourself. Die and try again. Multiple difficulties for all types of gamers. Keep your combo counter up and your damage will soar. Mouse and touch click a move cell to move. Click your goo cards in the goo deck to set up a brew. Click the brew button. Click the intern button. Some of the sounds of the project were created by David McCree. All right. We need to give Jacob the Tanya Harding treatment, so he... Why? Oh, no. All right, we'll try easy. I love that this has a vibe of, like... This has a very, like, mobile update vibe. Audio might be a little too loud for you, bros. Let me turn it down a bit. Guard the goo gateway. What's this? Okay, what do I do? What do I do? Goo step. Goo. Select a cell to move. Is this really good goo? Goo step. I like the goose step. Goose step. It sounds like goose step. Ooh, earthquake. Earthquake. I don't know if I should be doing this. So I'm trying to stop the goos, right? Goo missile. What happens if I combine them? Can I choose the direction? No. Okay. Did I do anything? Negative Ghost Rider. Goose step. Those are our attacks. These are who we're attacking. Gotcha. All right. We'll do the poison. That girl is poison. Poison. Let's see. Oops. Goose step. Come and get me. Goo missile. Goose step. Incoming goo wave. Warm liquid goo. Oops, wrong one. I did lightning storm instead of lightning strike. Oh no, it's not looking good. Oh, did it not do the missile? I need to tip better that there are elemental combos and weaknesses and statuses. None of my constructive feedback is appropriate for a jam game. How long was it though? Let me go back. I need it and statuses, but the jam game suffered from early polish attempts. This is me trying to spin it into more of a game. Recently redid the movement to be a card based. It originally started as a weird survivor like deck building thing. If anything stands out as weird, happy to hear it. Next round. Incoming goo wave. Warm liquid goo wave. Incoming. Gotta get on the offensive here. Fire blast. Incoming goo. Goo explosion imminent. Lightning storm. Can I rearrange the cards? No. I would like to be able to rearrange the cards, sir. I'd like to be able to rearrange the cards. Goo missile. Goo missile engaged. Oh, I see. Fire, lightning. Oh, these guys, if I hover over... Yeah, tool tipping on these guys. Maybe when you're hovering, if there are... Like, some guys are more susceptible to other things. When you hover over here, you indicate on the type of enemy as well. So that the player can kind of naturally go, oh, these things interact. Or they're somehow related. Lightning storm. Prepare for the goo. Warm liquid goo phase. Lightning lunge. Ooh, I can go forward. Okay. Fire. Fire! Hadouken! AoE damage. Goo missile. Good. Lightning lunge. Lightning storm. We're gonna end our turn. Poison spray. Earthquake. We are in serious trouble here, boys. We gotta be able to move ASAP. Oh no. Lightning. We're in trouble. Poison Fang. Shit. 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 Goose step. Okay, hang on. We gotta be slow down. Slow down, Cricket. Why can't I put goose step in there? That's weird, right? Oh, it just I see. Blah, 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 blah. So if I goose step over here. Lightning storm. Dead. Question is, do I move over for water wave? It seems like he would be prone to getting hurt by water quite a lot. And then I have lightning storm that I could try and do. Well, let's goose step over because there's a little bit of goo there. And then we're going to do water wave. Water wave! Oh no, it didn't do it! No! No! Come on, give me something. Fire dash! So if we fire dash back, we got water slide as well. Then what do we got? Give me something. Fire dash. Should we water slide first and then fire dash? Gotta do the math here. Fire dash. Water slide. Mix more elements. You mix your mom, dude. It's not like you made the game. I'm not gonna take your advice. I'm not an idiot. Alright, we're gonna water slide over here. Slide to the right. Slide to the left. Come on, I gotta have something. Oh, no. Yep. Lightning storm. With Poison Fang. Eviscerated. Incoming goo wave. If I'm in here, does goo just spawn? Does everywhere. I don't know, I'll do that. Oh, that was too short. What a waste. Poison Fang. I would like to be able to zoom out or be able to select this. Okay. There we go. Poison Fang it is. No! Brew it! Mega Poison. Goo Missile. Goose Spooge. Take the missiles. Die. Oops, he was dead. Dead. Come on, let me move. No! There's no way I can't win. Goo Missile. Earthquake. Goo Missile. Fire Barrage. Something. Fire Dash. No, I should have gone forward. We needed an undo. We need an undo button. But only for movement, right? That's it. That's it, boys. Escaping. I know! Goo escaped. No, no! I don't know. Sure. Game over. Damn it! Well, I like it. I don't like how quickly you produce good stuff. And I think maybe we all suffer from overthinking things. But I feel like if you just started pumping these things out and putting them on Steam, you might do okay. You only need to make $1,000 in order to get your $100 back, right? You could maybe even do like you could maybe even do something like I don't know, like do it under a pseudonym, like have a like, you know, like how Min write with under a female pseudonym in order to try to sell more books. It's for like certain genres you want a female sounding name, and certain genres you want a more male sounding name. I'm not afraid of, yeah, like Lady Jacob. There you go. Yeah, I would be proud too. But I'm just saying, if you have like, oh, I want my Steam thing to be the artisanal, like whatever, you know, then you got your like McDonald's franchise thing going on that's actually paying the bills, you know? If it's like that in your head mentally, that's why I was suggesting it. But I mean, that's polished quick. I think what's it called? The in Silicon Valley, in the show they had the house that they lived in that was like I forget what they called it. I feel like maybe having people who sort of understand each other's thinkings, tossing a game around and being like, here's what I made so far, is very, very very much like the early days of id. Everything that I've looked at with id was like, I'm going to put this thing together and I'm making this game engine and then I'm going to hand it to these guys and they're just going to do all this stuff. And then I'm going to work on this other thing. And so it was more like the creative elements were like kind of like, I don't know if I'm making any sense, but it was much more like jazz. Sort of everyone's kind of playing off of each other. And actually, anyways, okay, so to work. So we need to be able to hit the enemy. We need to be able to have the enemy die. We need to be able to have them drop things. We need to be able to pick those things up that dropped. We've got this scene here for items to float that can be picked up. Lucas Game Studio, how's it going? Thank you for the thanks for the raid the other day. I appreciate it. I'm doing good. How are you doing today? But I do feel like the early id development approach is kind of the method in the indie space right now that might work. What's id? Id Software? You know, Carmack and Romero and Carmack. The two Carmacks. I was just about to start another stream myself. Nice. Oh, Doom and stuff. Yeah, the Doom guys. Wolfenstein. And then, what was the one? The scrolling 2D game with the little dude and the water gun thing. It was like an alien killing aliens. What was that before? I don't remember. And then like hundreds of other games before that, before they were id. Quake. Yep. Soft Disk. That's who they worked for. Yeah, I'm all about like throwing stuff into the community and seeing what people think. Yeah. And this rapid iteration lets me know real quick. Yep. That's why my plan is to get this like I'm just going to kind of build something with what I've got here. So we're on day 15. Day 15 means I sort of freeze what I've got, and because we're halfway through the jam. So after today we stop trying to like add new things, and that's a little loose. I'm taking that a little loose, and then we're trying to design something with what we have. Imagine getting good at it so you can just make cool stuff quickly. I know. That's nice. I feel like that's how you are with Unreal, though. Second. I don't know that dang secret magic game dev formula. So pausing today. So today we're going to finish up like the things that adding new things, and then next stream on Friday we'll be doing I guess it'll just be mostly level design stuff. So for our atoms, I'm that way with Unreal, but not Gadoot. Yes. I know we've got such a mishmash of people here. It's weird. It's a weird, but I mean, it's the dev space. It's what it is, right? It's what it is. Dev 101 FM. The deafening. And I wake in the morning and I step outside. Take a deep breath. Maybe the trick to being really good at game dev is to like metal. Is that it? I want to be good at Gadoot. Wish jumping engines was easier, but it comes with a cost. You should try it, Jacob. We should do a jam together. We'll do me, you, second, Els, and Pregorly. We'll just do it all in Godot. We could make something grand. Grand. Got a follow 6 hours ago. Kraken, thank you very much. We reached the 1,500 followers yesterday. So new goal set us to 1,600. So that's exciting. It only took me a year and a half to reach what I thought I would reach in 1 year. No, actually, what I thought I would reach in 6 months, it took me a year and a half. So congratulations to me. My life got turned upside down during that time, though. And I had to stop streaming and just everything destroyed. So it was... I got to stop just dreaming big, right? That's how you get disappointed. Okay. On ready, we're going to go ahead and connect to the Area 3D. We've got an Area 3D sitting here waiting for us, saying, connect me. So Area 3D, body entered, connects. No, we don't do it here. No, we don't do it here. Let's go ahead and go to project settings. We're going to go ahead and add a new physics name for items. So we're going to go over to physics 3D here, and we're going to go item. So we have item on layer 4. We're going to mask as an item here. We are monitorable, but we are not monitoring. We are collision. We are an item, and we don't mask with anything else. We are not a physics body, and we are not something like enemies are going to be able to pass through this, no problem. There we go. So we're set up with our collisions. And now what we'll do is on the player side is where we'll handle intercepting any item overlaps. So we have a hitbox area that we call it. And I suppose what we can do is add another area. We're going to crash here, I can tell. Yeah, just make game fast as possible. Anything 100% completely necessary, cut it out. Okay. Yeah, we're going to start on Steam Unlisted Playtest. We're going to do playtesting on itch as well. At the itch community, if I can pull people in and just see what I can get from people with this idea. We'll see with this particular one. So, player controller, we have these hitboxes here. Large and small collision and hitbox areas. Do we need just a general collect things sphere? Let's do it. Collect item. Instead of making one game, make 100 games. Secret formula. I think I'm of the opinion more make game good than make game fast. But the two can go hand in hand. You just kind of have to, it has to really be something that you know how to do. So we are monitoring, but we are not monitorable. We are nothing, so we have no layer, but we mask with item. Just to confirm, item is item. And we are monitoring for collisions on collect item area. Now, on the player, we're going to go ahead and add that. So we have the hitbox area here. And now this is going to be called collect item area. And same deal here. Collect item area, body entered, connects. Collect item. And we will get our item thusly doing the same thing we do here. Func. Collect item. There we go. Now we have a node 3D that's going to come in. It's going to be on our scene tree. The hierarchy will be this area 3D. So it'll detect this area 3D, and thus we need to tell it. And actually, I think it's area entered, isn't it? Not bodied entered. This might not work. We'll see. We might have to change it to area entered. Collect item. Let's just go ahead and do print node 3D collect item %. Okay. See if we walk towards one, what happens? You shit the bed. 37. Player. Oh, we're not, we didn't add on the player controller. We did not connect the item collection area. Okay. And go over here and nothing. That is because it is not a body. If we do area entered, signals, area entered gives us an area 3D. Okay. And if we're going to do that, then over here on ready, we're going to say area 3D owner equals self. Now we can say collect item owner %s area 3D comma area 3D owner. So we can get who this is from a class perspective. Invalid assignment of property or key. Line 18. 18 GG. What? Can't be on player character. Is this on items? Item 18. So I didn't like this. Invalid assignment. Is owner not available for 3D? Owner is a node 3D thing, right? Godot node 3D. I think it's all the way up on objects. It might be on node. Yeah. To keep track of the scene hierarchy, especially when instantiating scenes into other scenes, an owner can be set for the node with the owner property. This keeps track of who instantiated what. This is mostly useful for writing editors and tools, though. Your mom is mostly. Invalid assignment of property or key. Owner property is a node. Node owner. The owner of this node. The owner must be an ancestor of this node. Okay, that includes like a parent, right? Right. When packing the owner node in a packed scene, okay, See unique name and owner. And the editor nodes not owned by the scene are usually not displayed in the scene doc. The owner needs to be the current scene root. To be the current scene. Needs to be the current scene root. The owner needs to be the current scene root. Uh-huh. That's what we're doing here, boys. Well, let's just see what we get when we do. Don't set it. Let's see. Go here. Collect item owner. Item 2. Okay. Never mind. I guess maybe because it was already signed or I don't know. Sweet. Okay, so that works. So then we'll get rid of slime, get rid of UI, resource player, go back to player controller. Okay, so now we can detect the item. We see the item. And now we want to bring the item to us. So probably slurping or lerping. Slurping's for like rotational stuff in 3D, right? So we want to lerp this some bitch to us. So we're going to capture it in some sort of process to say, come to daddy. Come to daddy. Now, we can do a lerp through a tween. That's a method call. And that's probably ideal rather than, again, always putting something on process step. So we're going to set var tween equals create tween. And then we're going to say tween method. Like so. And we're going to have a method called lerp item. And void. And lerp item is going to take float. And it's going to take amount. And then we're going to have item. And do we have item class? We do have item class, so item. Okay. And so then in order to tween the method, we're going to say lerp item. Right here, we're going to start from 0, go to 1.0. And we're going to do it in 1 second time. And we need to bind an additional data. And that is going to be the item, which is area 3D owner. Okay. And then over here, let's go ahead and print debug amount percent item percent amount item. Okay. So yeah, this is, I'm definitely starting to like I'm getting there with a lot of this stuff when I'm not stuck on a physics thing with a tree, right, boys? What a huge mistake that was, huh? I'm still liking the game idea. I don't not like the game idea, and I don't think that it's, I think it could be very successful. But I think for Cricket, that's not the game that he can make very quickly or happily. And we need a happy Cricket. This is supposed to be happy Cricket time. We want happy Cricket, okay? All right. I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab some bubbly water. While I'm gone. Please. Got a question for you boys. Who directed RoboCop? Wait, so is this Cricket happy time? Happy Cricket time? What is all the other time when you're with the kids? Mean Cricket? Doesn't seem No, the answer is Paul Verhoeven. The Starship Troopers and what's his name? Did the dancing one? Showgirls, right? I will be back. I'd buy that for $1. I remember seeing RoboCop for some reason way too young. And the part where he gets blasted away by the bad guys stays with me, or stayed with me for a very long time as a kid. I'll be right back. Unauthorized commentary. That's interesting. The VAT. Yeah, at the end. I'm with you on that. All right. What former Boeing employee and TV personality taught kids about science in the 90s? Okay. Mr. Wizard. No. Bill Nye. Correct. So, lerp item, let's see if it fires. We're going to go ahead and start it up. Looks like it did. Weird. It went from... Didn't float. Oh, because we've learned this before. When you do a tween method, you need to have both numbers be floats. Remember, we learned this. We learned this the hard way. There we go. Now we're lerping to 1 smoothly. Excellent. So, lerp item. So now we're going to pull the item towards us. So, worse than all of this, we need the starting position of the item before we do anything else. So not only do we have to bind the owner, the Area 3D owner, you know what? We could just do the Area 3D. And then we can get, no, because we need the starting position of the Area 3D. So we're going to bind the Area 3D position. That's the starting position. Because we need to be tweening between that point. This is going to be a global position. And the owner. So then we're going to go over here and say starting position is a vec3. The item. And here we go. So we're going to say item position, global position. And it's going towards us. And so it would be lerping. Now I believe we can lerp between some things here. So we're going to go lerp. So vector 3, I think we can do it from on a vector 3 itself. We can lerp 2 by a weight. So item global position equals starting position lerp 2 our global position and our amount, and then when it's done, we how do we know when we're done? We get to 1. So what we could do is at the end of the tween method, we say tween await, or await tween finish. Is it finished for tweens, I think? And then we say Area 3D owner qua free. Okay. Boop. Boop. Okay. We're doing it. You're doing it, Peter. Let's try again. I want to make sure we don't have any orphans real quick. Monitors. Orphan nodes. Boop. Okay, no orphans. Good. Now, obviously, eventually we'll have items in a pool, but we're jamming, so we're not going to worry about that. And then we probably want to tween it so it starts out slow, then it goes faster and faster. So ease set, what is it? Our damn LSP has died today. Goodbye, LSP. Like a candle in the cold. Ease out. It's linear. Expo, baby. What was the name of President Ronald Reagan's outlandish defense system that he proposed in 1983? Okay, and when we collect the item, it was Star Wars. Yeah, Nancy said I should call it Star Wars. I don't know what that is. Yeah. Okay. Collect item. Did he also release a bunch? No, I don't think so. Nope. And it's actually the So if it's item type potion, then we're going to increase our health. And if it's item type mana, then we're going to increase our mana. I didn't know about this. This parentheses to compose, and that way you don't have to declare a variable. So if you know that the thing is a class type, you can declare it as the thing or as a specific class. And then you'll get all the hinting you need for it. So in this case, it's main game player, resource player, set health. We're going to say 10 for it's potion and food. So that's food, and then this would be for mana. Add mana 10. Now, how about this? When we create an item, we just rando drop something. So item for now, item type equals rand range 0 to type size. And then depending on the type, we do that. And now type is no longer an export variable. It is just type. So now, when we drag an item in, it's going to be 50-50. Something like meat or potion. Or nothing. So size -1. So this must be inclusive. Looks like it. Alrighty. Now let's get to killing. You gotta get busy killing. You gotta get busy living, or you gotta get busy dying. Da-da-da-da-da-da. So we want to be able to hit the guy. Let's do it. Come on, Cricket. How long you been going? Hour 13. All you got is collecting items. Loser. We do want to get the health up, so now we have to hit the enemy. Let's go look at the enemy. Slime. Slime. There's never slime at all. You can never slime at all. The more you slime, the more you slime. Slime. Slimy. Slime. Slime. I think you're doing great. Great. I'm also watching Wallaber, who's currently making his own 3D modeling software inside Godot. Is he using the CGSs or CSGs? Zed with the raid.
Oh, that's cool. Cool? Yeah, cool. You think it's cool? It's cool. It's not cool.
Do a shout out to Zed. Zed, what were you working on today? Welcome in, everybody. I've never seen your stream thing. You in this suit. So thinks you're still live for some reason. Good old Twitch. I was working on a simple Twitch bot, but now I'm working on killing some ants that invaded my office. Oh, goodness. Nice. We're going to scrub through. Look at the clarity of Zed's fucking camera. Oh, you guys can't see it because of my chat. I'm just furiously envious. I'm in the way of it, too. Look at that fidelity. Down there, you can see. Look at that. His pores are dreamy. He's so dreamy. Yes, you can see how old I am. Ah, man. The body, we're just in a shell. We're in a shell. I can show everybody what's going on so far. We've got a lot of things that we've done for this. We're doing a Metroidvania Jam, a 15 or 30-day challenge. I can only do about 3 days a week on it, however, so can't really put in as much time as I'd like. We have these like Minecraft style blocks that we've got going on here. We've got an enemy. He's bouncing around, doing his thing. He can see us and come towards us. And then we also have biomes. So when you enter different spaces, the lighting and everything and music changes. Yep. And the bad guy, when we get hit by it, the bad guy hurts us. We have health. We're working on item drops right now. So we're doing we've also got an in-game editor so we can float around just like in Minecraft, create mode, and we can pick a block and then just put a block somewhere basically and edit the game in real time as it's running. There does seem to be a little bit of a weird hitch when we lay a block for some reason. I got to look into why. And yeah, so we're working on items, loot, I guess. We're going to have mana and health, and when an enemy dies, it's going to do Mega Man style random drop of one or the other. So here, if we place an item in the scene, get a nice little glowing thing of, there's some food, a little ham, big bone-in ham or something, and then a little floating mana, little potion bottle thing. So did you ever realize Zed looks like an older, hairless Justin Helps? I mean, they're just two white dudes with short hair. But yes, Greg is what's it called when you're like you can't tell the difference between people? he's there's a name for that. Not their features. It's in their eyes. You're an eye guy, I see. Yeah. I can see it. I can see it. It's actually the opposite. I draw and sculpt faces often, so I can hyper tell the difference. Gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. All right. Doppelganger. Yeah. Said Doppelganger. Bluesy Jazz, how's it going? I was just talking about jazz earlier today in regards to id Software and how it was like playing jazz. Okay, we went back to compatibility mode because this is more representative of what we're going to see in browser for the jam. So we lose a little bit of color and depth and beauty and all that stuff. So now we need to be able to hit the enemy. So if we've got the chevalet, which we're calling javelin, it's like javelin shovel or something like that. Yeah, here it is. So here's our shovel. So if we're in the game here, we can throw said shovel like so. And we're going to just, for funsies, make it so we can hit the enemy and he'll drop some loot. Now, the shovel has no collision detection. Oh my God, we might actually end up using a signal. We might actually end up using a signal. So when the javelin hits the enemy, the enemy can handle itself. The enemy can just say, "Oh, good goosh, I've been hit. Oh, bother. Oh, bother." So we're going to make an area 3D hitbox. We are doing a raycast. Well, hold on now. There's still some meat on those bones. We do a raycast for the shovel to know when it's hit something. The impact's on the shovel side. I hate this stuff because you like who informs who of something that's happened, right? Like in a, but it's really the slime that needs to be affected by it. The enemy needs to know that it's been hit. If we mask the raycast with enemies, then we can at least hit the enemy. Because right now we kind of go through the enemy. So it depends on what the enemy. Yeah, that for sure hit him. Yeah, because it stopped right here. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we're hitting the enemy now. I think the best way to do this then is to just tell the enemy, "Hey, you've been hit." So let's look at the javelin, shovel, throw. So if we're colliding, we do some stuff. Now, in the case of hitting an enemy, it's going to be a little bit different. So if we're colliding, we can get the collider. That returns the object. In the case of a slime, let's double check. I believe we're talking about the body, right? You're an enemy. Mask with player. We have no collision body. So what is... What are we hitting right now? Oh, that's player controller. Slime. What are we? Who am I? Yeah, so it's the body. Okay, so go back. Get collider is slime. And get collider returns the object of the thing we're intersecting. So if we are slime, and I guess we could have inheritance and do something if it's just enemy. And they all have like a hit function that we override. So for now, but we only have one enemy type right now, so we're not going to worry about that. Funk hit. And I guess we could say by what, and that could help determine how much it hurts. But for now, and now the slime needs health. It just grows. It grows. Now the slime needs health. So we need some idea of how much that would be. Const default health is, I guess we'll make it a float just to be safe. 10. Let's say, and we're going to say var health, which is a float, and it equals default health to start with. And then we say hit default health or health minus a magic number. Health minus equals 10. So we get down to 0. If health is less than or equal to 0, we are dead. And we qua free. Again, no pooling yet because we just are doing a jam. And I'm not quite as speedy as getting that stuff set up as I'd like to be. So we're just going to get rid of it. So we'll delete ourselves. So when we queue free, this is the moment when we tell the game code to drop some loot. How about that? So function drop item void. We need a scene for the item. Packed scene. I've decided that it on our consts for this stuff. Pack scene item. We're going to go ahead and grab item. There we go. So it's doing all kinds of cool stuff. So it's got to deal with some ants, anti-doodles. Drop items, so then we say where at position vector 3 var item equals packed scene item instantiate. And then we say item global position equals at position add child. And then we need an item thing for the game. So let's say we add a node here and call it drops. Okay. And up here, we're going to have an export. Elements. Export bar drops node. Go back down. Before we forget, let's go ahead and associate that. And that's weird. Did I not save? Why don't I see it? This is weird. It's going to crash. I can feel it. I'm calling it right now. I'm going to open the scene up and it's going to crash. No? Oh, she's broken. $45. Everything's breaking down right now in game. That means our linting is busted. Oh, this is what's doing it. One little line. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Gonna let it shine. Too few arguments. Declared but never used. Oh, javelin shovel's busted. What did I do in here that broke anything? Ah, this. Pass. All right, calm down. We got everything back. Calm down. Come on, it should be fixed. Could not parse. You're full of lies. Lies, I tell you. Oh man, she's cranky. There we go. We're back, and there's Drops Node. Drops Node. I don't know. I'm just becoming less inclined to do anything plural. Because it's like, it's an array. I don't need to pluralize the variable name because I know the variable type is an array, right? So why? I don't know. You know how you just kind of go back and forth on that stuff? Drops Node. Like Drops Node, I'm not liking that. Item. Okay. So drop item. So now we go back to Javelin Shovel. We know we're a type slime. So if we're slime, then we say bloop the collider as slime. And then we fire do we even do it on we say hit? And then slime, if the slime dies before it Q freeze, it goes and tells the game and says drop item. And then we set the position to ourself. So when we kill the enemy with the shovel, or when we hit the enemy with the shovel, it should drop. Uh-oh. Everything's broken right now. Let's save the game. Uh-oh. We have a button here to build rooms. And we can clear empty rooms here. That's weird, right? Something else is busted right now. What is going on? I'm going to reload Godot. This happens with tools in Godot, unfortunately. I sent it to Discord, but Justin doesn't keep any of his old VODs, so it's an old example. And Justin doesn't have a Z level camera setup. This is true. This is true. Bro, WTF, mate. 6-4. GG. How did anything that I did break all of this? How? I wonder. We just got the 2 rooms. I haven't changed any of the... I mean, I put this block up here. But is that really going to do it? Okay, that's weird. Was it truly intermittent, or was it something else? So now it's fine. Okay. That never feels good when you have something like that going on. Oops, maybe if I hit the enemy, that would help. There we go. So he goes away and he becomes a potion bottle. We go and we pick up the potion. So let's get the potion to hurt us and see if we get our health back up. But we want food. So we might need to have multiple bad guys bouncing around. First we'll get hurt. Oh my goodness. That's the problem with female voice acting. You try to do anything with pain and stuff and it ends up getting a little dicey, you know. Ah, wrong thing. I guess I could set our starting mana value to be low so we can at least see something go up if that's the case. So on the resource player, our starting mana will be minus 10. And so will not be a complete full bar. Very nice. Just in case it drops mana again. Get our health down. Got some meat. And our health goes back up. The circle is now complete. So, we actually now have the components of a game. Yeah. Greg and I are on the same page. We have a game now. This is the whole thing for a game, right? All right. I'll be right back. What we're going to do now is work on the things that'll increase our health bars and our potion, our mana bars. Those are the things we're going to find, as well as the items that make us be able to do other things. And then we have to start doing some actual game design. I think I can start to transition into the process of actually making the game now. So, let me go ahead and commit what I've done here. Clean up old rooms. Enemies can be hit and killed. Items dropped and picked up to restore mana / health. And we're going to get rid of So I think I'm on day 10, day 3 plus 3 plus. So we're on day 9. So in 9 days, this is what I've ended up with. I'm feeling pretty good about my ability to output, to put out, as we say in the business. So I feel like I can put out, if it's something I'm comfortable with. If I was trying to do what Wallaber is doing, it would be like a 3-year process. Wallaber just sneezes and out comes the game. He's just like, achoo! It's like, oh, Wallaber presents super cool thing. And it's like, what the hell, man? What are you doing? You should also explain in that 9 days, he also made a level editor, not just the damage system. Yeah. The components to make the game in 9 days. That's what we were trying to do. And we somehow managed to reach our halfway point and get to game. Something where we can make a game. So in 15 days, can we make something really cool where you're exploring and finding things? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Because that's the hard part, is me floating around laying blocks. Like, that's going to be the part that's like, ugh. And I guess if we can get more varied enemy types, I would like those 3 enemies, right? So we have the problem with the enemies right now is they don't have any navigation. They're based solely on a flat plane. And so that's a problem. They're not doing any real pathfinding. Yeah, that's what I keep saying about Bansula. I have all the mechanics built, modular, and tested. Now I just got to build the levels. Just, dude, just sit along with me and we'll do it together. Like, we can do it, Greg. Come with me and you'll see a world of tacos. Uh, these blocks do create a problem. All right, I'll be right back grabbing a drink. Okay. Um Now, for the rest of the day, I can try and create new enemies. But I think so. We have the basic idea of how to pick things up, which is important, right? So we can do that. Hmm. We can do. I guess I should hide my face whilst I eat, so I can eat in shame. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm back. One of my kids didn't finish their breakfast. It's my obligation to eat it. As a father, I must eat their breakfasts. So yeah, there's a little bit of a delay when we lay a block, which is bothering me. Or when we remove one. So I'm going to investigate that really quick. This is probably what's doing it. The saving. So I think what I need to do is thread it. Is that a bad idea? Yes. It actually is. Because I'm saving literally every single time we place a block. Let's confirm that that's what's doing it, though. No. Biasing. I have a save bias. Confirming I've removed it. Yes, I have. Okay, let's do not set the cell item. And it's happening even on erase. So it is set cell item that's doing it. Games, rooms, set cell item. So it's the rooms resource. No. Set cell item. That's on the grid. That's the grid map stuff. So it's the grid map. Well, shit. I had a feeling we were going to be leaving the grid map. I didn't want to leave it just right away. Um. Huh. Hmm. Well, what we could do is on the game, when we instantiate the grid maps, threaded group, and set the process thread group for the node. By default, the thread group is the process thread group inherit, which means this node belongs to the same group, same thread group as the parent node. Thread groups means that the nodes in the specific thread group will be processed together, separate to other thread groups. If the value is set to subthread, this thread group will occur on a subthread and not the main thread. Main thread, group order. Change the process group order. Subthread. So let's just put these both on different threads. And then try to set the blocks and see what happens. It's a little bit better. Jesus, it's bad here. What? All we really need is current block position and current edit mesh. None of this needs to happen. So let's count this out. 9 GCC. Room cell, so we need that. 9 GCC. Okay. So now all we're doing is just the one thing. Let's confirm that our rooms are on a different thread. They are. Well, crap. What if we defer this? Calls the method on the object during idle time. Idle time happens mainly at the end of process and physics frames. In it, call deferred calls will be run until there's none left, which means that you can defer calls from other deferred calls. And they'll still be run in the current time idle time cycle. This means you should not call a method deferred from itself or a method called by it, as this causes an infinite recursion the same way as if you had called the method directly. This method supports a variable number of arguments, so parameters can be passed as a comma-separated list. For methods that are deferred from the same thread, the order of execution at idle time is identical. Let's just try call deferred, see what we get. So we're going to do this from here. Call deferred. And we're going to do set cell item. Thusly, pass our variables. So now we're deferring setting the block. So it should still happen, and I don't know. I don't know what this is going to do, but maybe it makes it better. Cricket's going down a rabbit hole right now. But he's going to figure it out. No, it's still shitty. Still feels like it's hitting that thread. And I mean, if I'm over here, this isn't as bad, but that's because our block count isn't as large. Now, is it possible it's because we have this open? No. Dear God, this is shit. It's kind of wild. Now, maybe room is a tool. It isn't a tool. It wasn't like this before. So it feels like something's changed. One thing that we did do is on room, we set up the grid to have a higher octant size. So maybe reducing that could have some effect. I don't know. Sure enough, that did it. Huh. Well, I'll be. That would have been hard to figure out, boys. The classic, what did I change? What did I change? Let's go back off of call deferred. Okay, we fixed it. That was easy. Suppose we can go back to...
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Universal Tech 20. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Process, thread group. And let's go back here. Okay, so our level editor is no longer clunky. That was a weird one. It's funny that the Godot docs are like, you probably want to bump this number up. And I was like, okay. And now I'm like, I probably want to bump it down. So, whatever. Now, so we got enemies. We can hurt enemies. They drop loot. Done. We need the pickups for the loot, the like special items, right? So we kind of want to make that like a cinematic thing. So I think when we enter a certain area, what we're going to do is have the camera pan around it. We don't have a character player, right? So we could be the camera where as we get close to it, our HUD and everything goes away and it just sort of pans around it and the item comes towards us as the first person view. And then our camera returns back to where we were originally standing. And the HUD and everything come back. And that can kind of get the effect that I want without having to draw the player. The implication being that you're somehow like becoming like floating and going around it or whatever. So to do that, we actually I would probably want to start using the Phantom camera, which is a really good plugin. And we crashed. It's all those tools, man. Get those tools running all the time in the background. Editors change. Okay. Phantom camera. Can close the shovel, the slime, the item. Is this out of scope? You're out of scope. You're out of time. Should have scoped the game a little bit smaller. Do 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 do. No, I'm out of line. Ah. So we were saying the gems. We're going to call this we're going to call this enhancement. And we're going to have a phantom camera. And we're going to put it on a gimbal. We'll push the gimbal out and up. Put the camera on the gimbal. And the phantom camera will follow. We'll look at simple target enhancement. So now the phantom camera, if we reset the transform, will point at that point here. And if we were to rotate the gimbal around, you can actually see this happen here. It's just going to update its, that's not what we want to, we want to rotate. No. Oh, do we want, hang on a second. I think we got the gimbal. Cricket's having a stroke with the gimbal. He's stroking it with the gimbal. We're going to put the camera up like this. There we go. There we go. Now we can rotate the gimbal. All right, Jacob. Great work on that game, dude. So now every time we move, the camera should point to enhancement. It's not doing it right now. I think it's because we're not a tool. So if I made this a tool, we would see it update immediately. I think if I reset it, so this would be happening at runtime. Thanks for playing. Yeah. Tapir, what's up? Should be getting our car part today. That's good. We'll check with the wife. We got some stuff going on here, Tapir. Hmm. What if it's a sibling instead? That's so weird. It's like not tweening right. Okay, well we'll deal with it as we get going. Will you add Samus? Well, the player is female. We did do that. Right now we're setting up dynamic camera stuff. So we can kind of move the camera around how we see fit. I only care about the gear. Excellent. Let's see what happens if I... Imagine how useful it must be to turn into a ball. Tell me about it, man. Um, so we've got little hurts. We can get hurt. We can attack enemies. If I can hit it. And it drops stuff. We pick it up. Thanks, buddy. Oh, Orion, buddy. 183 on drop item.
You need to come out. Okay, I'm not gonna make your noodles then. Unless you come out.
Oh, that was so hard. Oh, my head. I bumped my head.
Come on, let's go.
Ow.
Let's go.
Yeah, I did.
Maybe auto step up. I could see that. There is a question of how tall do we make the player. The Minecraft height is so again the thinking is like in your typical like Super Metroid. Even in Super Metroid, if you came up to a block, you'd have to jump to get over it. They did have slopes, so we could do slopes. But like this right here, these little blocks here, you'd have to jump. Ooh. These would be jumps. And interpolated. Yeah, it's a little bit more than that. I think I'd just do slopes at that point. I'll put that on the back of today's schedule. I can't quite visualize how I do that and allow the player to be able to like instantly change directions and stuff still. So I'd have to think about how I would approach it. Um, okay, we got a little distracted. We're trying to work on our enhancements. The enhancement is going to be, we've got a gym. So we've got this thing. And we've got an apple. And what we're going to try and do is turn it into a golden apple. So I might have to mess with the shader. Let me open up the scene here and see. If I... Let's try just an override. Albedo. And then I could put a like an emission, or also make it like metallic to try and have it be shiny. But for now, we'll just make it into a red apple. Tween the same thing here. Let's go ahead and add a script to this whole thing. Scene as enhancement. And here we go. So we're going to go over to item and borrow some things here. Specifically this little dude here. This is a loop for our little bouncing animation. Go over on enhancement. And we're going to say funk ready. And on the enhancement, we're going to have tween node 3D. Okay, in concert with the up and down in parallel, I want a process running that is rotation is a bitch to do. Especially if these both are going to be going in. I might have to make a subtween in order to do this more easily. Ugh. We're going to be a constant, so we don't need any easing. Tween subtween. And var tween rotation. Tween create tween. Tween rotation. Does it need to be a subtween? Because what I want to do is try to have this run parallel to the entire everything else. Because if I just do it parallel, let's try it parallel first. And what I'll do is for the time, I'll just have it be 2. If this is running in parallel, is that going to affect? I'm not sure. Tween method rotate func rotate amount float and we have to store. Do we have to store anything if we're always going to be rotating? I don't think so. I mean, we do have this function here, but that's an angle. I think we can do rotate X. Rotate Y. And it's going to be from 0 to tau for total rotation. And in 2 seconds. Then we don't need this. Let's open up. So this is on enhancement. So if I close and reopen enhancement, hopefully we get that rotation. Whoa, whoa. 1 second. So the problem here, this is what I was worried about. See how it, so it's calling rotate. Okay, so let's try tween property. Tween node. And we're going to go, if we're doing this, see, there's no delta in this, right? So this would literally be every single, that's why we have to use method. Ugh. Okay. Gotta have that starting float value, otherwise it gets all screwy. There we go. So you see, it's stopping because I think we need to go parallel, parallel. Let's see. Or we do pi in 1 parallel. And then we go from pi to tau. Parallel. That'll work. Then it should bounce up and down. There we go. Okay, so we got our floating little special thing. And so it can be that or it can be the apple. And for some reason, we're flipping around. Why are we going around right now? Is this because we have a lookout? Why are we going around? Around the world, around the world. What the hell is going on? Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Why are we spinning? Oh, I know what's going on. We're rotating the wrong thing. Should be the tween nodes rotation.
Please sit down and have fun. Just sit down and have fun, damn it.
Havenstad, thank you for the follow. Now, interestingly, it is. There we go. We just want the enhancement. And it pulls away the wrong way. That is so strange. And okay, so let's close the reopen. Okay, so we walk up to it. We have an area that we enter. We would like some kind of cinematic element to this. So how close do we have to get? So we stand here, we're right in front of it, and then bam, the camera will start to go around it and then back to us. That's what we want. I think that Phantom Camera lets us do. I think we can write like direction. Tween director. What does this give us? From to. Node path. Okay. I'll be right back. Let's look up phantom camera. Wash the potatoes, Carlos. This is a restaurant, not a Portuguese estuary. So, using the tween director resource, this node allows for custom tweens between specific cams in a scene. Whenever a tween between two phantom cams occurs, this node can override the phantom camera tween applied to the newly active phantom camera if an instance on both from and to lists match the previously active. Video example. Just so you guys know, when you're making resources like this, especially if you're doing an add-on, when you add an element, you can automatically you don't need to make the person do this. You can automatically add the value in. So, and that's just kind of a nice little thing you can do to make it so you don't have to force people to do that for every. I don't know what I'm looking at here. I still don't know what this is. It did the exact same thing, just slower. Duration. So when it's going from one to another, so you can define its behavior, you can direct the behavior of the tweening between the cameras. So when it's dynamically choosing the ones, you can affect, oh, if it's doing this one, it'll tween this way. Ease in, ease out, and the speed. Boom Trout, what's up? D Stefan H. How you doing, everyone? Nice to see you in here. Lots of new regulars. Or not regulars, I don't know. But there's lots of new recurring. How about that? There's the word we could use. That's nice to see. That's nice. It's lovely. So what I'd like to do is trigger. So the way this should work is when we enter this area, this camera, we rotate to the position of the player. And then we activate the camera so that it pans from us to that camera. Then when that tweening is completed, then it rotates around, comes back to where we are, and then releases and comes back to us. So that's what we're going to try to do. But we might have an easier time. I just don't understand why that rotation around is that it's not facing. Sounds cool. Yeah. It does sound cool. Doesn't it? It sounds cool. We're going to mask with player. Yes, specifically when you find something that's going to unlock a new ability or a new increase to your health or mana. Just to kind of be like, hey, this, you got it. And it's coming from our position. So hopefully the feeling to the player is they're floating around it and coming back, because we don't have a player, a model for our player. So I guess the first thing we could do is get it so that when we walk up to it, we make this camera active, right? So on this area 3D, let's go ahead and set, let's see, area 3D, area 3D, area 3D bodied entered, connect, player entered. And then we go here, func player entered, node 3D, node 3D. Okay, then we make the camera active. So now we need a reference to the camera. Phantom camera 3D. Phantom camera 3D. And phantom camera set is active. Isn't there an active? Became active. Active is active. There's some way to set it as active the proper way. It's priority. Ugh, this is lame. To quickly preview a camera without adjusting its priority. So you do this, right? So we bump the priority up. Priority equals 1. And then it does it. Okay, so let's try it. So we're going to go ahead and throw an enhancement on the scene. Whoa! Where are you going? Whoa! Why are you leaving us? That was weird. My balloons. He stole my balloons. That was weird. Let's try again. I thought enhancement was a tool. It is a tool. So it should be just running right now, but it's not. So that is weird. That is very weird. And go like that. Gotta put it somewhere past the enemy. We just kind of need a little bit of a playground here. Okay. Enhancements. 10 ready. Oh, you know what? We might not have. Yeah, we have an assigned 3D. I'm doing all this on faith. And then phantom camera. I believe. I believe in myself. Why am I here? Oh, because the priority. But why did the priority change? It's in the order of the scene, adding to the scene. So because camera, I'm just going to put it way in the back. What? WTF, mate? Where are you? You're here. You're out of touch. I'm out of time. Eating tacos is a thing I like to do. Yummy, yummy, delicious talks. Yummy tacos are my favorite thing to eat a lot. Ooh. How's the player character getting on here if it's not in the scene? Isn't it in the scene? Yeah, it's right here. Player controller. Camo Trace D is... just floating out in the middle of nowhere. Camera... enhancement. Priority 0. Let's set the player priority above. Priority. She's gonna crash. Just to confirm that this is what's breaking it, let's remove the enhancement from the scene altogether. Run the game again. Nope. Okay. Phantom camera host. Now it just randomly picked it. Brosif. Throw the enhancement in. Enhance. Zoom and enhance. It's funny, for the longest time, that was ridiculous. And now, it's kind of like, what? Actually, it's not that crazy. Well, where is it? There it is. Whoa, it works! Okay. Player entered. So, now we need to rotate it. Let's clean up the build rooms. Let's clean up the world a little bit. We got a bunch of blocks in the way. But if I come up to it right here. So yeah, we got to snap the camera to the gimbal to face us. Have the camera. We also have to set our player to be invincible when we do this, right? Then we go around it and then come back to the player and release the camera. So it's all kind of a scripted event. I honestly don't know why this does anything, though, setting the priority. Like, if I just do return and we come up to it, I should be able to just walk around it, nothing happened, right? Yeah. So even just setting the priority, because it was the last one set, that's why. Okay. So, all right. So we set the priority of the camera to 0. We also need to return back to the player at the end of this. We need to tween. We need to set the rotation to match the player position. Player entered. We have the player right here. We need to essentially tell the gimbal of the camera to point to the player from the forward direction. So we just say look at. So let's see. And then we do it instantly. Godot. Node 3D. Does Node 3D have some sort of look at? Look at target and up. Yes, it does. Good. So we say we need a reference to the gimbal. We don't have that. Gimbal. So we need a gimbal. Gimbal. Node 3D. And just assign that here. And then before we do this, we say gimbal node 3D look at node 3D global position. And then we make the camera. So the camera should just rise up. It did it the wrong way. So we need forward direction. And so our camera might be in the wrong. Yeah, it flips it around. So we want the camera to be on the Z -3. There we go. And then when we do look at, there we go. So yeah, the camera's going to go up. And then we kind of need to know if it's tweening that it's stopped. So I don't even know how to do that. Or as it's going up, we know that it's going to go up. We know that it's going to tween up. And then we just tween the rotation. And hell, why don't we just, we have this rotate thing. And we could say node 3D. And we could bind the node that we want to rotate. Bind tween 3D node. Bind tween 3D node. Thank you so much, sweetie. And so then we create a tween. Set that, create a tween, blah, 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 blah. We go between 0 and tau. So we're just going to bring ourselves around. Full 360, baby. And let's do it in 3 seconds. And we could ease it up and then slow it down. Right? So, ease in and out and do exponential. We want to slow it to, let's see. Cubic. I don't know if it would be cubic. It'd be we'll do exponential. Ease in and out. Exponential. Set ease. Bangarang. Tapir, how's it how you doing? that the emote. I'm sorry, I missed that. So we do all this. We await for the tween to finish. And then we set the... So Node 3D is the player. But we can just do this from here. Game. Oh, I don't think we actually have a reference to the player like that. So we say Node 3D as player controller. Then we have to set the camera on the player controller back to our friend. Phantom. Let's do a real rename here. Code rename. No LSPs. Code rename. Phantom camera 3D. There we go. Then we go back to enhancement. Phantom camera 3D priority equals 0. The other thing we need to do during this time is remove the player inputs. And we also have to set the player to be invincible. We don't want to Bethesda this, right? Because that was already happening. I don't know if you guys noticed that. The minute we started controlling the camera, the enemy was still attacking us, and so we were instantly in Bethesda land of dying in the middle of a cutscene because a giant thing is killing us, and we can't do anything about it. Okay, so it did take us back, but the rotation stuff didn't work. Didn't work the way we wanted it to. And that's because we're doing tween node and we're not doing the gimbal. Okay, let's try again. Go into it. Tween parallel. And get rid of parallel. This is wrong. This should just be node 3D. Okay. There we go. Oh. Okay, I think either our easing is wrong. No, we want to be the opposite of this. We want to be quadratic. Ease out in. Let's try that first. Maybe we should go counterclockwise from the thing. So tau. And we need to be our starting. Oh, this is weird. Okay. Right. So tau. Ooh, yeah. It's actually. We have an angle, right? We've set it here. We are doing look at for it. So we need to use the gimbals because we're rotating Y. So we need to use the gimbal nodes rotation Y as the starting value. And then we go from Y to tau plus Y. And that way. Okay, so. Here we go. Okay, so how can we get it to go the opposite direction of the thing? That's pretty cool, right, guys? So we're going to hide the HUD and everything when this happens. Maybe we'll use the vignette to darken the edges of the screen and focus on the thing and just really like some sort of like loot boxes kind of thing. I mean, for spending what, like, I don't know, maybe an hour. It's not too crazy. It's not too bad. We know when we're entering the area, so we know we can give it to the player. We can have, as soon as all this stuff finishes, we can have the thing come towards the player. And then, yeah, it's pretty cool, right? Okay, I'm going to eat and finish up the YouTube video I was watching yesterday from Marky Mark. Hello, I'm Marky Mark, and this is Game Maker's Toolkit. Feel it. Feel it.
I will become the...
Right? Feel the vibrations. Any day now. Oh, we gotta skip.
Around the world. And it's not the only time that happens. You get the morph ball in Catarus. You need it to squeeze through here, back in Artaria, which lets you find the Varia suit. And then the Varia suit is needed back in Catarus to withstand this superheated room. That's more like classic Metroid, right? Bouncing back and forth around the world. And it's not the only time that happens. You get the space jump in the north of Ferenia and need to use it in the depths of Burenia. you get the screw attack in Artaria and need it to smash through blocks in Gavoren. These locks and keys are spread out across the world, sending you zigzagging across the planet. That is, if it wasn't for the game's fast travel system. So when you get the Morph Ball in Cataris, the most obvious place to use it is here, just around the corner in the same biome. On the other side is a teleporter, which sends you to Artaria, right next to the Varia suit. You're then led back to the same teleporter, which sends you back to Cataris. And, wouldn't you know it, you're just around the corner from the superheated room that requires the Varia suit. How fortuitous. So sure, the Morph Ball and Varia suit may be miles apart from one another, but this teleporter essentially puts them right next door. And it's the same for those other lock and key pair-ups I mentioned. The space jump unlocks a teleporter to Berenia, and the screw attack gives you access to a nearby teleporter that will warp you to Gavoren. So even if the lock is far away from the key, Metroid Dread still makes it easy to make progress by giving you a teleporter that will zap you to the right spot. Plus, this also has a nice additional consequence that makes it even harder to get lost. So, as I said, after you get the Morph Ball, you can go left and find a teleporter to the Varia suit area. But let's say you go the other way, you go right. You travel by foot all the way through Cataris, take the elevator down, and travel all across Artaria. Eventually, you'll end up in this room, which is the other end of the teleporter and the location of the Varia suit. As I said in the Hollow Knight episode, having multiple routes to the next part of the critical path can be a really good idea. It makes it much easier to make progress because you've now doubled the chances of the player finding their way. And that's what happens in Dread. If you go left after finding the Morph Ball, you'll get to the Varia suit. If you go right, you'll get to the Varia suit. Same either way. You know the bananas in the Donkey Kong games? Those tiny collectible items that you want to pick up? Well, the level designers know you want to pick them up, so they can use them in all sorts of ways, like showing you the right route to take or teasing you to stumble into shortcuts and secrets. This is a technique I like to call breadcrumbing, as in providing little treats that lead you wherever the designers want you to go. And Metroid Dread does this a lot. After you get the Morph Ball, you're tempted to go through here to get a missile upgrade, then drawn up here with another missile upgrade, and then up here to get this energy tank, which leads to the Varia suit room. Once you get the speed booster, you'll want to smash through this wall to get an energy tank part, and once you get the flash shift, you'll want to come back to this room to get this energy tank, which happens to be right under the door to the next part of the game. After you get the screw attack, you may be tempted to head left to blast through these screw attack blocks and get a missile upgrade, which guides you to the elevator back to Berenia. Here, you're tempted to head left by more screw attack blocks and another treat, and then pulled upwards by more screw attack blocks and yet another treat, all of which leads you to a teleporter and the place where you need to use the screw attack to progress the game. So even though the screw attack is found in Artaria and it's needed all the way up in Gavoren, you are led there by a bunch of breadcrumbs. Breadcrumbs don't have to be upgrades, mind you. Enemies on the other side of a wall can encourage you to blast through hidden blocks. And these small fireflies are just a visual effect, but happen to hang around the doors you need to enter to make forward progress. Anything the game can do to grab your attention and pull you in the direction of the critical path, it will do it. So, I think those are the 4 main techniques that Metroid Dread uses to make it easy to find the path forward and hard to get lost. Point of no return trap you in small sections of the map to reduce your cognitive load and stop you from going in the wrong direction. Putting the locks near the keys means the way forward should always be in your working memory, and if the lock isn't nearby, there's probably a fast travel teleporter to get there. And tempting breadcrumbs are used to guide you through the world from one ability to another. There are some other techniques too, of course, like how these lights form a design language to suggest where you should use the spin boost and space jump, or how memorable landmarks lodge in your brain and tempt you to return later. But those are the big ones. And for the most part, these techniques are very effective at guiding you through the game. I can watch back the footage of me playing through Dread for the first time and see me falling into every trick and trap that's been engineered by the designers. It's hilarious. Of course, it's not going to work 100% of the time. You can still get turned around, not know where to go, get stuck in a room, and proclaim it a crime against game design. And, contrary to the clickbait title, yes, you can get lost. While the points of no return often lock you into small areas, there are other parts of the game where the world is much more open, and tricks like breadcrumbs may not work on every single player every single time. But, by and large, these techniques do work to help you stay on track. The question then is, are they a force for good? Do they make the experience of playing Metroid Dread better or worse? Now, first, I should state that all Metroidvanias use techniques like these to help you find your way. Even Dread's perhaps naughtiest trick, the point of no return, can be found in multiple places in Super Metroid, such as this one-way door in Brinstar and this massive drop-down into Norfair. Subtle clues and directions stop Metroidvania games from being tedious and annoying. So, ultimately, it's more down to their frequency and intensity, and yes, Dread uses them often and quite aggressively. But ultimately, what you think of these techniques will come down to how and why you play Metroid games. There are those who play Metroid games primarily for the action and atmosphere, and are less interested in the exploration aspect. If that's the case, then Metroid Dread gives you the feeling of exploring a large, interconnected world, but with less risk of getting lost, and without the need to get bogged down in tedious backtracking and map reading. And on top of that, you'll find a game that is alarmingly well-paced, a whirlwind tour of different abilities, biomes, and bitchin' boss fights where you're always making forward progress. Then, there are those who play Metroid games primarily for the joy of exploring and navigating a complex spaghetti mess of a world. If that's the case, then Metroid Dread can feel rather patronising. At some point, you'll realise that you don't need to think too hard about navigation because the way forward is always pretty obvious. So you can stop thinking so hard about this stuff and just let the game whisk you off to the next stop on its guided tour. And if you care about navigation, that's not much fun. Plus, when it comes to exploration, you may find yourself attempting to break out from the critical path to find items, only to be rebuffed by points of no return. So you may not bother to hunt down optional goodies and secrets, even when the game does open back up. You'll just stick to the critical path. And then there are those who play Metroid games multiple times. If that's the case, then sure, your first go at Dread may be guided by an invisible hand, but subsequent adventures are about deliberately fighting against that hand, using the movement tech and bugs to break out of the game sequence and do things in a better, faster way. And it's not like the developers are unaware. If you manage to get the bombs before you're supposed to, you can insta-kill Kraid in a special secret cutscene. Now, for me, personally, I'm not really into sequence breaking or speedrunning, and while I really dig the action and atmosphere of Metroid games, my favourite bit has always been navigation and exploration. So as much as I loved Dread's combat and controls, I did feel a bit let down by the game's world design. I wanted to figure things out for myself, but just stopped trying and let myself be guided to the end. I wanted to explore, but felt trapped by points of no return, so ended up with a paltry 39% completion rate. And I wanted to feel deeply connected to this world, the same way I feel about Hallownest, Zebes, and Lordran, but that didn't really happen. So that's me. What about you? What was your experience on Planet ZDR? And what sort of Metroid player are you? Let me know in the comments down below. Thanks for watching.
Let's do this, boys. Back to work. Back to work. I'm just gonna grab a drink really quick, and then we'll hit it up. Almost broke the green screen. All right, dudes. So we have this cool camera rotation thing. Let's bump it up to 5 seconds. And watch it happen again. We go. We find a cool item. Camera goes around. Comes back to our controller. So like I said, we want to start out at our rotation. We're going to go to negative tau minus our gimbal rotation. I think that'll make us rotate the opposite direction, right? Yes. And maybe it is still plus the gimbal position. So we gotta change the editor controller camera. Drives me insane. What if I just do invim? How far can I get with that? So I think the editor controller is going to end up being, yeah, so that's what's doing it. So we want to set it up to -1 for its priority. Can we do that? No. What is instantiating the editor? Oh, it's happening later. We're going to crash.
Ugh.
Looking all right. Now, what we might want to do is spring arm the camera. So if we do from the gimbal, because right now it's probably gonna go into this if I do it here, we're gonna go inside of blocks and stuff, right? So if we spring arm it, so we go on enhancement here, and instead of having our phantom camera position set this way, we add a spring arm and we mask it to world. The camera will push the phantom camera as far as we can get it, and we'll just match the phantom camera. So 2 and negative. So I guess I can't see the spring arm in action. That's kind of a bummer, isn't it? Okay, so now if we go up to it, the camera should not collide with. Yeah. Okay. It seems a little jittery though now. Wonder why that is. That's weird. Well, how about we just rotate the spring arm? See if that gets rid of the gimbal problem. What the hell was that? Well, the tweening, it does fix the tweening issue of like the choppiness, but it looks like crap. We might want to increase our damping value on the All right. So trying to come up with like the worst case scenario for this whole thing. Now we need a good little musical cue, a stinger. I know there are at least a few Australian Godot streamers here. If you were one of them, would you change your name to Creaky? Crikey? Crikey. 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 Yeah, I think I would. I think if I move to Australia, how about I'll make that promise to you. If I move to Australia, I'll change my username to Crikey. All right, let's find a stinger. Loud noises. Sorry for the jump scare, boys. Perfect. Is this still really loud for you guys? With all the weird things that want to kill you, moving to Australia is almost as scary a decision as moving to New Jersey. Yeah, you got a new thing. Woohoo! Man upgrade, y'all. How about we go with... All right, we're all back from driving our pickup truck across the country, and we're gonna have ourselves some steak and fry and whatever. You watching the Learning Channel. Well, so far, nothing. There we go. Perfect. Yes! Nope. You just got that thing. Perfect. Previously. A bit too much there, boys. How about under brights? Let's just lean into the ludicrousy of the complete juxtaposition. Too happy. I think that might work, even though it's a bit long. We're doing 6 seconds right now, 5 seconds. I think if it kept playing afterwards. Come along with us as we learn about tobacco. Mood. Calm. You just won a new mana block. 97.1. We'll be right back. Let's see. What about sound effects? Is there anything? Just broken glass. Perfect. Volume. Side whistle. We got a new thing. That probably works. That's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna go. We'll be back after these messages. That stuff they did a learning channel. Yeah. The learning channel used to be awesome. Now it's brain rot. Yep. It's just TLC. Yeah. No, it's disappointing, dude. If we could use AI to bring back something like the learning channel, I'd be all for it. Unfortunately, right now, YouTube's like, hey, what if we just had AI make a video? You watch a video now, and YouTube's creating the stuff so that you watch it, and it's like, hey, you want to watch another video with the same person in it that we just invented? And it just like uses your likeness and everything and makes a new video. I'm hopeful that YouTube destroys all creators but me. All right. Okay, it's called Foreign Land Sting. Not showing it. We're gonna crash. Game, play, game, main game. Something with music. Play music. Play music. Config. Music. Foreign Land Sting. Oops. Turning music back up for you guys. Not very loud, but we go here. Oh, I didn't add it. I didn't add it. Reload. Do it again. Come up to it and didn't play very loud. It's not very noticeable. Okay. Got the cue. We need to be able to ask what a previous song was and play that. You know what we should be able to do is queue up. I should be able to set an array to this bad boy. Or have they introduced just unlimited parameters yet in Godot? Is that a thing? Can I just do one value and then an array for the next, and then I forget? Does anyone know? Is it bad when we're somewhere that doesn't have collisions? Let's see. No, just the I mean, I guess I could add a parameter for volume, but maybe this is more of a sound effect than anything. I don't know. Okay, so two things. The player needs to be invincible. We need to not collect player inputs when this happens. So I suppose we just have a flag. We could tell the player to not process. So we could pause the player. So that means if I do this when I'm jumping, camera will move around, and then I'll fall. Oh no, we're in a forever loop. So we can't just pause the player because we've detected we've entered the space. Ooh, so it just keep happening. Well, what we could do is get rid of the area right when this happens. So we just disable. Stop the monitoring. Stop all the monitoring. Hey kid, I'm a computer. Stop all the downloading. This is making no sense to me. I'm trying to disable the monitoring. We'll do monitoring and monitorable. We'll turn off both. Every time. Why? Why? Let's check our errors. Oh, we have to set deferred.
Ugh.
Okay. So that takes care of that problem. So now let's try and freeze the player. Seems to work. I'll jump in the air. A little too close. All right, it was in the middle of a jump. Let's do... All right. That takes care of that possibility. Now, once all this happens, we have the piece come towards us. So what we could do before we queue free is we tween to the player. So funk. If we pass a reference. Now we do have... Tween to player. Amount is a float. Var. Tween. Tween. Create tween. And we're going to do the same thing we do with the this is weird that it's on this side though. Here we're pulling it to ourselves. It's almost like we could call, we have collect item. We could call a function from the, but I mean, this will work. It's just kind of weird. And there's some problems with this if you die in the middle of this, right? A lot of these tweens, it's like we have to set up something to be like, oh, never mind. Like, it's okay. You could stop now. Tween to player. Okay. Move the responsibility over to the player controller since that's where we can. There we go. Okay. And you know, really it should go to our camera position. So it comes right in our face. We want it to come right all over our face, right? That's how I check to see if chat's paying attention. Hmm.
Papa,
Yeah.
wait with us and do some Mario.
Yeah, can you give me a moment?
Backup screen. Dad, there's a backup screen. Backup screen. Backup screen.
Polishing the hell out of this. Okay. Pretty good. Phantom camera add-on. All right. I think this is it. I'm going to be playing Super Mario 3D World with the kids. So let's go ahead and find somebody to raid. I might be coming back to this tonight. I think it would be fun to start playing some Metroidvanias on the stream. Maybe I'll start with the goat and do some Super Metroid. It's been a long time. Oh, we should raid M. M's back from Berlin. M is back from Berlin. So we'll raid M, even though she's packed with viewers. We'll slam her with ourselves. We'll slam M. Raid M Audio. All right, everybody. We're going to raid M Audio. Much love to you all out there. Hopefully I'll be back on tonight. We're going to start next week. That's it. We're designing. We're trying to come up with rooms and Metroid-esque behaviors and designs and things like that. And as we're doing that, if we think, hey, we'll chip away at an enemy, we'll do a little bit of that, but we're not adding anything new that we don't already have in place in terms of like, we've got all these systems and stuff, right? So this is it. I will see you guys on Friday, if not tonight again. Bye-bye.